morning, the 26th of March, 2025. This is my personal virtual trading journal. And it seems like the stream is running, so that's a good thing. There's no financial advice, intended or implied, or trade advice. The disclaimer is in the description here. Read it, please read it. Again, it is my virtual trading journal. So the conversation or the dialogue or the voiceover is to give insight as to what I was thinking. And my screens obviously capture the markets, what I was looking at. All of my times here are Central Standard Time. What else have I got going on here? So the market has just kind of been in a sloppy, choppy mode. And we came almost right back to where we started. There's close right there. So I'm going to just wait and see here. Took 2 trades yesterday and stopped on both of them. Pretty disappointing. ES trades, and then I was trying. I'm looking at getting things set up for some MES to get out of this slump. That's all. That trade is still, or that stream is still public. That's my workflow here. When there's trades involved, it stays public, and when there's not, it goes to unlisted. So that if you've saved the links, save to watch later, then you can do that, as opposed to if I turn it to private, and then it's not available to anybody, even me, on another machine. The idea of the stream is that I can, like as I said, I can see what I'm seeing and hear what I was thinking, and it provides transparency and accountability, and I don't take any trades off stream, and that's the reason that the stream is so damn long. It goes from now at 8 o'clock in the morning through 1500 Central Standard Time, which is a cash close, a little bit after. All right, so numbers out this morning are, we had durable goods at 7:30. Doesn't look like much of a bump there. Just this little thing right here. And we have the crude oil at 9:30. Now we do have Kashkari speaking at 9. Other than that, at 12 o'clock we got a 5-year note auction. The only 2 3-star events were crude oil if you happen to trade that in durable goods. So there you have it. Those are the numbers. Now for the pre-market, what did we do? Well, let's see here. Here's a good view. Here is yesterday's RTH. We tested up. Basically, and here's our open, right? So we traded pretty much short all night, and we're still just barely short because we're still just under close by a couple eyelashes. So value has been pretty much overlapping in the overnight session. Value did migrate a little higher yesterday. This is the breakout candle from day before, Monday. This is Tuesday, yesterday. Pretty much indecision, hovering around this MCVPOC at whatever that was, 29 quarter or so, 28 quarter. This is the ES Renko multi-session this is the RTH, this is the ETH. After the open, I'll change them to just RTH. This is the NQ Renko, the ES Micro Composite, which is a daily chart, the RTH session only, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I include that day in a volume profile. So we get a volume profile or an MC micro composite We get high and low volume nodes, these red and green lines, based on the volume profile here. And these high and low volume nodes are pushed to bookmap. The other stuff I enter manually. And this is the market profile chart for the ES. So if we circle back around to bookmap here, this is the micro composite column where I enter all of the stuff manually. The high and low volume nodes are way down here because obviously we're way above this now. There's one of them. And I don't have a new micro composite yet because we're still, zooming around in outer space. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting at 1700 last night. We'll go through until 1600 today. This is the full session. This is not the ETH. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 0830. Chart volume profile just plots what you see here on the chart. And this is a pretty important column to me. This is where I flag all the migrating VPOCs, and I also enter the related statistics related to these session prices, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap. And I always, as I just did, change the title of this column to the expected open type. Now, how do you determine the open type? Real simple. It's where we're going to open as it relates to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range. At this moment, unless this trades up here, we're going to be lower in range. Real simple. And if they trade above that, it's going to be higher in range. That's all there is to it. These are the price levels. There's nothing mysterious about any of this stuff, and there are no indicators on bookmap or IRT. There is a POCs for both RTH and ETH. POC is just the, point of control is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Easy. Right now, 58.24.75 is where the most number of contracts have traded in the full session, the overnight so far. The minute that one of these numbers down here is greater than this yellow line is going to move. That's all there is to it. The IB high and low are also not magical. They are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. Then there's a VWAP for both RTH and GlobeX, and there's a mid for only the RTH. And the rest of the prices are pretty straightforward. The difference between developing value area low and value area low is that the D value area low is for the current auctioning session. The value area low is the previous auctioning session. Once I change the charts to RTH only, this will reflect yesterday, and this will reflect today's RTH. That's how that works. Pretty simple, huh? So for the statistics, we jump back over here to this study. Here is yesterday. We opened higher out of range. Now, IRT will automatically highlight the correct open type. So if you have any questions, you can, that's always available after we open, obviously. And this whole study is real easy. It looks back at 2003 days of data. And of those 2003 days, we opened higher in range, 608 of them, or 30.4% of the time. Of these days here, where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 509 times, which is 83.7%. So we jump back over here. We go to, this is kind of irritating because the overnight volume point of control is right underneath of this previous, the VWAP. You see how they're aligned here? So what we'll do is we'll just put this right over here, and we'll go 83 point whatever I said. 0.7, yep, there we go. And that's how you do it. That's where the price is. Next in line would be the overnight mid, typically. And that's 77.5. And of course, these morons traded up and put it in a different open type, then I'm going to be irritated. But, you know, you get the idea. And obviously, this stuff is... No, that's the wrong one. What am I doing? There we go. Obviously, these things are moving. I mean, the overnight volume point of control, the overnight mid, they got to move until the session, the overnight session closes and the RTH session opens, obviously. The previous close, overnight high is 75.2%, and that's right there. Boy, I'm off. Not doing too good today. There we go. The previous close is usually one that's 71.1. And the overnight low is typically right in there somewhere. $51.3. Okay. What else we got? The IB high is 67.9. Now this is the IB from yesterday. I think. Am I right? Hold on a minute. Let's check what that is here. The IBI. 58.31. Yeah, that's it for sure. There we go. And that was something. I don't remember what. That was 67.9. Tripped me up there for a second, wondering if that was actually recording the IB for the Globex, but anyway, I don't think so. Oh, and I always do this here. Let me just put a note, because obviously when the new session opens, the IB will start tracking the high and low of that new session. First hour of that new section. So this will move immediately, and I wonder why the hell this flag is over here with 67.9. So if I do that, I can tell what it was. And that's that. And the IB low is 61.8. Now, this is kind of, this should make you perk up. How will we get to 61.8 if we get 51.3 in the middle, right? Obviously, these are just statistics based on the look-back period. And what's that famous saying? Let's all say it together. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That's got to be probably one of the most important things anybody tells you in trading, and it's in all the disclaimers, and everybody blows it off as just legal boilerplate. It is really important. I don't care if you look back at a data set of 9 million days, the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, and past performance is not indicative of future results. The best analogy of that, having the wrong attitude, is called gambler's fallacy. And what that says is, and it's this perfect example, we've had 15 reds in a row on roulette. The probability of another red has got to be real small. I'm going black. Absolutely not. The probability is 50-50. It's actually not 50-50 anymore because casinos added the green zero and the green double zeros, which skews the 50-50 probability a little bit, but you get the point, right? The same way with flipping a coin is another great example. You flipped a coin 50 times and it's been heads 15 of them. So you think that the probability of the next flip has got to be tails. Well, no, it doesn't. It's 50-50. Case closed. That's called the gambler's fallacy. Google it. Don't want to listen or believe me. All right, so those are the statistics, and what else we got going on here? We're still holding. Damn it, we're still holding under our close, so I'm a happy guy there. Now, the next thing we need to do is be able to trade. So there's a couple things first with the book map. The first thing you have to do is click this padlock, which shows the trade control panel. Then you select the way you're going to interact with the mouse with the app. If you choose chart, the only way you're going to enter or move targets, orders, whatever, is here with the mouse, is here in the active data column, which is, you notice the mouse is a $, and over here it's a pointer. You can barely see this little line here. I apologize for that. But you can tell instantly because all you see is the high-low close, in my case, just the last close or the last price line. There's no volume bubbles. There's no anything else. And this line doesn't continue to plot over here. So this is the active data column. If you choose the dome, the only place you can interact with the mouse, with orders and the mouse, is here in the dome columns. Now, I use my keyboard to enter, or I always have used my keyboard to enter, to initiate trades. And once you have your hotkeys set up and enabled, that will enter a trade for you or cancel or something in no matter which one of the dome or chart or both you have selected. Now, I've been trying to get up to speed mentally, muscle memory wise, with using the mouse because I think it's quicker. Now that after I've watched and traded it for quite a while, I think it's a better way or a quicker way to enter. Because I'm usually always using the mouse and talking, right? And looking at things and whatever else. Well, if I see a setup getting ready to be validated, then I need to move my hands back to the keyboards, and I use both hands. I have some Control Alt and then the number pad keys for various different, market order, hit the bid, lift the offer, all that kind of stuff. However, I have, even as recently as last week, I had it set for both because I've been trying to do this in my practice trading and my homework sessions in the evening, in the weekend. And sure as hell, I made a mistake and clicked on the wrong side of this line down here. And when I noticed it, I had a resting order. I didn't kill it quick enough. It took me a minute to realize what that was, or that it was there. I should have just killed it instantly, and I did not do that. And it ended up costing me 18 ticks. So, I'm so far until I feel completely comfortable with that, I'm going to go with the dome as I always have. Meaning that I enter with the keyboard or I enter here on the dome, and I can manipulate stops and targets here on the dome. It's more convenient also over here from a visual point of view. Now, if I move my dome columns over here, then it would be, close to the price level. But I have this set up visually the way I want it. And my idea here is that I have all of my data that I think is important for a trade here right in front of me on the hard right edge. That's why I flag the migrating VPOC. The yellow line always plots, but as the day goes on, it's going to scroll off the left. So there you go. All right. There is that. Okay, so let's see what we can do now to get in some sort of trouble now. The next thing I'm going to do is my daily snap for the TLab, which I do every day. I do two of them. I do one at somewhere around 6 in the morning. And I do one at 8:20 every day. And that snap looks exactly like, where'd I go here? This. And all it is an opportunity to provide all these levels and some sort of perspective to some people in the Traders Lab that don't have this kind of charting. And not to be arrogant, but there was a time when I first joined that there was, there would be just a flurry of questions. What's POC? What's POC? What's the high? And I thought, well, if all these levels are available to everybody and the perspective here and all this different stuff for every one of these, RTH, ETH, all that stuff, it might help and declog the chat. So I've just been doing this for, I don't know, a long time, more than a year, I guess. I'm pretty sure, I would guess. And now the next question is, what is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room which is completely free, by the way. And you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal. But the best part is, or the most important part in my opinion was, it was started by a guy named Tom B., who's a professional trader for like 46 years experience, and absolutely nothing is for sale. He doesn't call trades, but nothing is for sale, and there's a serious group of traders in there. And there's a link to the Discord, thing here in the description, so go over there and check it out. Tom B. I only recommend the Traders Lab, even in the Bookmap Discord area, because I haven't certainly been to all of them, but the two others that I did go to for a little bit or, dropped in on were just the usual internet bullshit. Buy my indicator, I'll do your mentoring, whatever. So there you go. Back to finishing up my being able to trade part. You notice that there's no contracts here and there's nothing I can trade. So I use multi-brackets, which means that now I have two contracts to trade, and what the multi-brackets do is it uses my risk neutral trade plan or risk plan. And the way it works is you have to have an even number of contracts in the package. Both contracts have the same stop. The first risk neutral scale is for the equal number of ticks positive as the stop loss is negative for half of the package. 2 contracts, 2 stops, 12 ticks positive, 1 contract, half the package. The runner follows on. In a 4 package contract, it's pretty obvious. 4 lots, stop loss, same ticks as this, but positive as the stop, and 2 contracts, half the package. And then you get 2 runners. Real easy. There you go. The important part of this is that once you get this first risk neutral scale achieved, the worst you can do in the trade is scratch. So it's if nothing else, it's a big boon to your psychology. It gives you a basic risk, a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio to your risk neutral scale. And then anything after that is a multiple risk reward. Now, the next thing I do is make sure that it's the right package over here, the number of contracts. And I click this again because it stays green, the padlock's open, but I get the real estate back on the screen and I don't trade my P&L. So there you go. And we're going to open here in a little bit, I'm guessing. We're going to open here in a couple of minutes. 5. Yeah. And my cat's going nuts. I'm going to. So yeah, well, here we go. Now that's disappointing. Look at there. But at least we're going to have the same open time because it's staying in. It's staying within the close. So there we go. There we go there. Let's see what else I can do here. And good morning, Antonio. Yeah, I got those micros, the micro thing set up, and the still have the 4-lot risk neutral package there. So if I look at that later today. I think I ended up taking 2 stops yesterday trying those stupid VPOC migrations. One was in the morning, I know, but I think the other one was after you breezed over to the Tom stream, I think. I don't know. So let's see, what did I forget to do? I've done the TLab, I've done the pre-market, I've done the how to set up to be able to trade. I think that's about it. We are, just been basically chopping all night within yesterday's range, yesterday's value on top of everything else. Pretty close range here. We're looking at about 36 and say 12 or so. So, 24 handle range. Oh, well, no, that's not right. Yeah, 37. Yeah, say 25 handle range in the overnight. Amazing how that volatility just fell back into line after the market or the rollover. Huh? Incredible. Seems like everything is working. Let's just look here and see. Yeah. Well, there's the open, and I'm standing here picking my nose. Let's just get going here then, huh? So, well, we're right on top of both of these. I can't flag either one of them here. And we're, we could be in for a chop fest, just a big helping of retail soup today. You never know. I'll be fighting the urge to always, you know, you have a couple stops. So even if it's the next session, you still have that, you know, grinding in the back of your mind that you want to, what did I do? I want to make up for that, whatever, however you want to look at it. Well, there was the first, I think maybe we opened right there first. That might have been the first migrating VWAP, but I'm not positive of that. Looks like that's right at the close, yeah. Or open, I'm sorry. And now here was one, and here's the next one, and we'll have to wait for the next move to, oh no, here we go. Yeah, right there, right under the V on the settlement, back down here. Now maybe we're going to get someplace. Never know. Definitely, this is a time to be patient. Gap and goes, you know, get you all fired up, your adrenaline kicks in, and you're all excited about that. And this kind of a mess here is just a chomp fest. And then it could go directional in the second, you know, like right now, for example. You never know. And now I'm going to kick that over to the RTH session. The way you do that is you just click on the chart and you hit the magic key and you select that and poof, there it is. Now this will disappear, and now we've got yesterday's RTH and today's RTH, same way up here. And then save all. Come on. Oh, this thing gets its knickers in a knot when it starts recalculating everything. I don't understand it. This is a real powerful computer. I build my own trade computers, basically, except for laptops, obviously. But why this thing is taking such a long time to think and getting hung up, I don't know. This is a 12900K i9 with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a 3090 or something like that, 3080, 3090 a GeForce NVIDIA card, GPU. So, you know, there's no reason why anything ought to slow it down that I can see. Trading isn't particularly GPU intensive, as I understand it. It's not like, it doesn't have to do light ray tracing and all that noise. So a Threadripper might be better. I don't know. Well, that sucks. Look at there. We pushed it down past the VPO, the closing VPOC was up higher. Okay, well, I had an interesting problem last night where this was showing on Bookmap as the naked volume point of control at the close. I always flag the position of the RTH VPOC when at the close, because by definition, that's the location of the most recent auction naked volume point of control, because it hasn't been traded over again in a RTH session. And all of these are going to make FOMO start kicking in. Oh, looky here. But now remember that the volatility has changed. That's only 3 handles. This whole shooting match here is 8 handled wide. Huh? Not particularly a lot. And it just keeps bobbing back and forth under all of these statistics here. Maybe I can widen this thing out a little bit. And no, I don't seem to want to do that. That's a tick range there. So what's going on now here? Let's see. Start mentally to get used to the difference. If you look at this and you think, oh man, look at that volatility. That's 8 handles. I mean, it was sliding past more than 8 handles last week. And this is like 3 or 2. Now it's 1.5 handles from here to there. Wow. Got to get used to that. That's going to be really important. There we have a full session. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned that. The full session VPOC is the more muted yellow, and the brighter one is the RTH session. I guess I could put one here. Looks like that's qualifies. This sucks. So far, we have overlapping value right here. This is yesterday's value area, and here we are. This is the mini, of course, that I'm looking at here. The micros look pretty much exactly the same. It's just I chart them so that it's convenient, familiar to me, and I need to change that bad boy. And there we go. Now, I leave the ES alone, the NQ alone, because it's just a correlated market. This is the micro ES. Same way with the micro ES for volume or the market profile and the MC, and of course the wrinkle. And then, now there we go. Wow. What the hell? Let me guess. Somebody, tweets or us is at it again, I guess. That would be my guess. I don't know. Crazy. This market is so crazy these days. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, what the hell is that? Manage your risk there, I dare you. Jesus Christ. What was that? Huh. That's pretty funny. Not funny, huh? But funny, disappointing. What am I doing here? Oh, yeah. There we go. Tweets are off. have no idea what that would be. It's not news. It's not related to anything. There's no. Now, there is a speaker. Maybe he, said something like, we're going to, who knows what he said. Let's see, who's Williams, maybe? Kashkari is speaking from 8, Kashkari starts speaking at 9. So there is nothing on my, in my, my, what am I talking about? My investing.com reporting. That link, by the way, investing.com is free, and you can set up the reports to do whatever you want and filter it for your time zone and, all that stuff that you need to do. Or that that you want to have available to you when you're trading. I don't know why this doesn't seem to want to do this right either. I can get 50 cents pretty easily, but if I wanted to get each tick on there, it doesn't seem to want to. It seems to be so widened out. Typically, that's because they're doing a logarithmic adjustment for this big sweep over here with the visibility, I think. For example, now if I take it up here to where I got each tick, look how wide the scale is. And if I try to narrow it down, close down this width, it jumps back to 50 cents. And there's no reason for that, other than it's trying to display this much data on the chart. Let's check. Now let's see what happens. Oh, see that? We can wind it way down a lot. Well, we can only get it that close. That sucks too. What is that? I don't have that set that way. Should be a lot tighter than that. I don't know. Somebody else had a bunch of problems with Bookmap yesterday. VWAP Jesus, I think. He mistakenly clicked update all when it if you don't have Bookmap, when you log on, it presents you with a logon screen. First you pick your account, I think, and then it gives you a bunch of crap and wants to update or not, and you can say yes or no, and he clicked update all or something. And instead of the production version update, they have mistakenly uploaded a alpha version, and apparently his it went pear-shaped on him. He had his, this thing was at the top, and he said it was just a complete nightmare, and they couldn't even really sort it out. They were trying to get him a link to just wipe out his thing and reload the production version. I have no clue whether any of that's true, and he didn't show anybody's. I mean, I'm sure it's true, but I have no idea about what really happened there because he didn't do any screen shares or anything. And he's a solid guy, so I guess it's a guy. It's funny how you make assumptions like that, isn't it? So here we go. Now maybe we can that's real annoying. Now I can get the 50 cents down to where the scale is the way it ought to be, but why it won't scale here? It's got to be this market. Yeah, you see that? The minute you get widen out over here, if there's a way to control that. I'm not making a lot of sense, I suppose, here, but anyway. I'm not making much sense, I guess. So the market's been open 16 minutes, and whatever this was, I don't know. But if you're You know, Johnny on the spot and got along going down here. You're pretty happy about all that, except I want to point out to you that this is just barely 10 handles across here, and it isn't up there yet. So it's about 8 handles wide. Be careful of that. Be right back. All right. What happened? Ooh, big down candle, huh? Well, they are essentially just trading the range. So if you're a good range trader and you can work within 8 handles, well, now we're at 15. So from up here, from these highs across is 15 handles. That's great. I mean, that's certainly a nice mean reversion trade. I'm kind of gun shy after yesterday. I'm getting too excited here. I'm going to be real picky and hopefully get a IB trade or a mean reversion, but not right here in this opening flurry. We're only at 850 now, not even 850. However, you know, looking back, of course, rearview mirror trading, right? The stock and trade of anybody. I think anybody with a brain and eyes can do that, but it's the stock and trade of the internet stuff, that's for sure. There's a double high, right? Bam, bam, can't get over that. 126 out, 9 out. So you could consider that to be exhaustion or divergence, and then and I guess exhaustion more than divergence, and then down you go. Using my range requirement applying my range requirement, that wouldn't have been a trade, because my range requirement says that I must have an unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale, and obstructions are all these different levels and high liquidity, etc. So from the IB high to there's only 2 points here, right? So that that would not qualify. I've taken that off the mandatory rule part of my plan. It's more of a discretionary, because I was just standing here days on end. Well, if you just look at today, there's not 3 points there, there's not 3 points there, there's not 3 points there. here, 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 here. Now, here to here, or 19 to 23, yeah. So if you were taking a mean reversion back up from down here, that would work. But it looks to me like they're a little bit more excited about down than they are up. A little more excited about south than north. At this point. Which is frustrating because I feel more comfortable on a short. I don't know why. I guess it's just the old, the market takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down kind of a deal. I don't know. That's that. And 22 to 18, if you wanted to take this pullback here to the developing value area low and short down towards the IB low, but that's just 4 handles, so that would get you scaled. But it's at the bottom of the range. It's below the VPOC. It's below mid, below VWAP, below everybody. So it's not, that's basically looking for a breakout trade, right? To push lower rather than a mean reversion. Now, if you want to see a classic example of indecision, look at these. This is Monday. Here was yesterday, and so far we're here. We had a perfect wick test on Tuesday of here. Wick test meaning we came right down to this close, the body, tested that wick, back up. I don't know what the hell we're going to do. I mean, what are you going to do, right? I don't know. Just not that means anything. It's just an observation, I guess. So our overnight low down here at 51%. Looks like where they're headed. And then we have the previous low at 5809 half. They're below us. And the previous IB low here in a heartbeat. Oh, look at the volume jumping in there. Yeah, so that's so much for my advice on not shorten this triple high or triple top, I guess it's called. That would have been great, huh? That would have been a perfect mean reversion trade across the whole damn range for, what did we do here? 14, 34, 20 handles. Now that would have been a lovely, nicely profitable trade and just done for the day, if that's what you want to do, That would have been really nice. Here's one of these V bottom stories again, which have kind of been, we've been, I don't know, stat tick, wherever else, been kind of noticing that these are oftentimes are reversals. I don't know if that makes any sense or what's the logic there, but I guess you could just consider that a stop run and basically exhaustion. Here's where did my mouse go? 329 contracts out for 17 orders, and then we come back down and only get 28. And the Renko, hindsight being such a clear beauty. Mash, bam. So anyway, you have to just pick a spot. Remember that the market only goes up and down, and that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. I tend to get my perspective biased, I guess. Maybe that's the right word. I would be real hard pressed to take a long here, even though it is an asymmetrical trade location, which is what you're looking for. You know, you take a long here, you know you're wrong right there, essentially. And you've got all this range back to all these different levels and across the range. So the relationship of the risk to reward is an asymmetrically skewed in favor of reward. But now that would have also applied up here and been a hell of a lot better idea. And there was this resting liquidity up here of 146, just below the ETH high and the previous high. So that would have been, if I'd been switched on and paying attention, that would have been the real one I should have been looking to short. If you want to think about the asymmetric trade location idea. The problem is, okay, are you thinking short right there? No, that's that rearview mirror trick again. So there we go. We trade down and we've traded all the way up to here. Ooh, so far it's looking like context is up, doesn't it? I guess maybe the place to hit that would have been this return. No, I'm just thinking out loud here. Remember, this is my journal. I'm trying to learn this or perfect this more. I'm trying to develop this method of trading rather than the way I used to, which was breakouts and just seat of the pants discretionary trading. No real plan or strategy or structured trades. Plan and strategy, but no structured trades. And maybe I'm gonna, but that worked. So I gotta, and why that falls away sometimes, I do not know. This session prices, Bookmap is still just chugging along over there without any, IRTs. Chugging along, all these prices are here. When this is the export, when it gets down to zero in a little bit, this is going to come popping back. And why that erased or went away, I got no idea. There's never any point where it pushes zero. You know what I mean? It could be one thing I've noticed is it could be an update to Bookmap. Dropbox, because I keep all of these things in Dropbox folders locally, but Dropbox. So we'll see if this continues to update syncing, right? When this is through syncing, we'll see. And there you go. The minute it gets through syncing, these are back. So that's what it is. I don't know what's happening upstairs here, but let's see if I can see something. 4 handles, 8:30, okay. And of course now, it's just nagging monkey mind. A certain degree of FOMO or whatever, you having missed out on this lovely short all the way across and down for 20 handles is really frustrating at this point. And I think I need to be a little more laissez-faire and just, when it starts doing this kind of thing, just take it. What's going to happen? Worst going to happen is going to stop. That's why I'm thinking a lot about switching over to the micros, which I think Antonio has done, is to it's a lot less, I don't know why. It feels to me easier. I don't know. I guess if you take a 4-lot stop in the micros, what is that? That's 48 ticks times $1.25. That's about $60, I guess. Yeah, that'd be right. $60 as compared to 600. That's exactly right. Football. And then, but if you take that 4-lot risk neutral package to both targets, that's 98 ticks. So that's 100 and change, right? And maybe, previously also, interestingly, I used to trade the NQ, and before that, crude. I only really started trading ES when I got here around TLab guys, because that's what everybody was talking, and I kind of was, well, when in Rome, do like the Romans, right? So it's annoying. These things are so tight all over these levels, I can't get my migration flags in there right. Now, here's another one of the VPOC migration. Oh, look at this. Wow, what is all of this stuff? This is where being able to enter really quickly and why I've been considering the mouse. These kind of maneuvers are pretty much always, if you can hit them pretty much near the top, or once you see that fire up there, they retrace enough to get you scaled, absolutely. But now what is this all about? What did Williams say? Or Kashkari say that they're never going to cut rates again, or, Trump's going to be the king, or what? We're going to attack North Dakota? I mean, I don't know what the hell. I'm trying to figure out a way to, I listen to YouTube videos or whatever to fall asleep at night, kind of, something in the background. I'm trying to figure out a way to filter out all this I am so sick. I'm not saying anything politically about the administration, the new guy, or any of that stuff. I'm so sick of seeing Trump's face. You know what I mean? Everything is Trump this, Trump that, in YouTube. And I don't want to listen to that stuff. Or I can't do anything about it. The election's over with. I don't know how to filter stuff out of YouTube. I haven't figured that out. But I would certainly like to. Any ideas, let me know, Antonio, whoever. It would, it is what it is, The next chance we have, as far as I'm concerned, first of all, they'll never be able to do anything about getting rid of him, as far as got the word. Anyway, because, the House and Senate are mega now, so there could be no vote for anything that would matter. My guess is the next time that Americans have any opportunity to make a change will be in 2 years. So that's why I would like to just be able to filter all that out of the news, out of my news and YouTube, or my YouTube channels, not news, but my YouTube channel. I mean, the news, I don't have to see that. Well, I am certainly not going to do another VPOC migration. Both of those stops yesterday were VPOC migration trades. You know, if you were mega fast or you just plop, you know, hit into it up here somewhere, you'd be scaled and you'd be thinking, okay, let's see what's going to happen now. That's one thing, but to mechanically take it, or this is pretty radical. Yesterday was certainly not like that. That's pretty amazing that the new crowd in the cabinet there were busy sharing war plans with journalists on unsecured devices and an unsecured chat thing. It's just, I don't know if it could get any crazier. Really. I mean, wow. I worked for a long time in an aviation division, kind of where we operated an NSA asset. So I'm familiar with how that whole security stuff works. Or how it used to work. Let me change that up. And boy, they took it serious. You know? So it's really flabbergasting to me. Oops. I'm busy watching the wrong thing here. There we go. Yeah, thanks, Antonio. Yeah, I know that. I have done that on a bunch of them, but what that does is filters out the whole, it filters out the whole channel. And also you can't filter out advertisements, because I've tried a bunch of times. All of a sudden I start getting this right-wing Charlie Clerk or whatever his name is, and a bunch of religious things, which, you know, I'm not making a statement about if you're religious or not, but I don't want a bunch of come pray with me ads and stuff, you know, on my thing. So you can't, I've noticed that you cannot filter out advertisements. And if you do the 3 dots and then I'm not interested, it removes that. They don't recommend that channel to you at all anymore. And there's some of the news channel, you know, that I realize what I'm trying to do is impossible. You know, I would like to be able to, I'm interested in the news, but I would just like to stop looking at that orange guy. Jesus. You know, oof, painful. Yeah. Yeah, I have colleagues who are still in Russia. My other life that has now disappeared, and why I'm so focused on getting trading happening here. Where did we go? There we go. I guess that's 8:30. Yeah. Yeah, it is truly crazy times. If, you know, I'm an old guy. I grew up, you know, with the Vietnam War and, you know, the Cold War and all that stuff. If somebody would have told me that the president of the United States was siding up with Russia and condemning a neighboring country that had been attacked, I would have just thought it was, I would have been, yeah, right. You know, what are you smoking? You know, but that's absolutely the reality of it. And it's pretty weird. Yeah, I was trying to think about it. It doesn't help as far as the YouTube story, but there's a pretty good news source out called Ground News, where you can get it's completely unbiased, and they also show you what outlets put that story out and what that outlet's bias is. I don't know if you ever listened to Patrick Boyle, who's a really finance wizard, used to work with Soros. Or no, I think it was Soros. Used to work for him. He's a finance professor, and he's got a really good channel. Plus, he's got a great sense of humor. Patrick Boyle on Finance, I think is the name of it, a YouTube channel. But he one of the sponsors is Ground News, and it's pretty good. Well. I missed the big drop. I'd like to have been, nicely profitable and back up to about where I was at the start of the month after those two stops yesterday and that stupidity of the execution error last week. Basically 2 3/4 stops. That's in this market in my package. That's $300 a piece, right? So. Not good. Going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. And I realize full well that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 and that there are, winners and losers all day long. But from an emotional capital point of view, I could use a good bump, if you know what I mean. I could use a deposit in the emotional capital department, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I do. Patrick Boyle's pretty funny, and smart as a whip, and he had his own hedge fund, and then and he's also a professor at I don't know whether he still does any of this. He's probably making so much money on YouTube now that he doesn't need to, but he was a professor at Lord's in finance, and then at one point, like I said, at one point in his career, he worked for Soros lived over here for a while. Funny guy. Irish, I think, from birth and upbringing. Got a good dry sense of humor. I'm sure you'll appreciate. All right, so here we go. Still haven't had either an IB30 or an obviously IB60, but the IB30, just for the sake of the stream here, is, I'm sure you know very well, Antonio. It's an old statistic from market profile days where over 97% of the time in all four open types, the IB high or low is exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. It's a statistic that I don't find real easy to trade because is it the is it the high, is it the low, is it the first nanosecond after 9:30 or the second, or the last one before the close. But it is a very valid statistic, and obviously by that high number, it happens damn near all the time. And then Rod in the TLab and Static also developed a variation of that where he determined statistically that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is about 89%, I believe is the statistic now, of the time exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So the TLab folks and Rod, and sometimes in my dialogue here, I'll refer to that as the IB30 and the old-fashioned one as the IB60. So here you see, there we had, where'd it go? Here's our IB low, here's 9 o'clock. So this has not been exceeded. They came right down to it, but it has not been moved in the second 30-minute period, nor has the IB high. So there you go. That extreme volatility was annoying, but on the other hand, it was a lot of opportunities floating around out there. I remember years ago when we used to call it summertime, the doldrums, the summertime blues. In the summertime, you would be lucky to get a 10-point ES day. It was like watching grass grow, or paint dry or whatever else. All those different euphemistic expressions. I had to drive stakes to watch it move, that kind of thing. It was crazy. I also remember when I first started trading, the Dow, NASDAQ, and all those other things were under 1,000. And everybody thought that was just astronomically high levels we'd never be able to sustain for very long. Crazy. See what these guys are talking about over here in the yeah. So I guess the trade that would be likely in this market is a IB. Here we go. You're going to get the IB 30. Would be an IB continuation trade because basically it is more of a directional market so far. As I understand the IB continuation and IB failure. The IB failure is obviously a mean reversion. So it is more applicable in a rotational day. Neither of those are on the table yet because, as per the definition, it is the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So at 9:30, the IB statistic or the Rod's IB 60 statistic is on the table. There we go. There's that IB 30, baby. And all those stops that were so excited about how I was going to rotate back up just got their dinner handed to them. Those stop runs are pretty volatile, seems to me. So there's our IB 30. Now, I'll wait for the next data push for these flags to update. And then we wait 10 minutes for, or the hell is this? 2 minutes there. That's crazy. There's 1 minute. And then we wait 4 minutes for, or I'm sorry, 9 minutes for the IB statistic. How about incoming? Okay, we've got our current VPOC is at 65 and 33, more or less, right here. So one of these numbers has got to get that high in order to bring this further down. Obviously will happen at some point in the day, but not imminently. And now they're just more so excited about pushing the bottom down. What are we doing over here? So here we are, right? There was the big gap up, and don't forget we got a big gap living down here around this low volume area, a low volume node. So we are outside of yesterday's range. and definitely, definitely lower. So we are definitely just covering over this. Now we're doing this little distribution down here again. I wonder if they're going to do the same story like these other days. I suppose Kashkari's still talking. 2 minutes to that world famous IB statistic. And here we are at a low volume node. I don't know. Typically, I would think that was a short. Developing value area low volume node. The context of the day is definitely down. And we've got the IB low below us. But I'm going to not do that. I haven't had much success. I don't really have properly vetted data on targeting the IB statistic. Like, in other words, this one. Targeting this down. Now you could, obviously you could squint your eyes and rename this as some sort of a mean reversion on a different fractal. But, I think that's just kind of like rearview mirror trading. We humans are so good at rationalizing pretty much anything we want. And I think that can be a real problem with trading. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't have been a good idea at that developing value area low when it was up here, which is just migrated down here, by the way, to short this, targeting down the road. But the NQ is still ticking up as far as correlated markets go. And we have the previous low and VPOC just up above us. Can we switch it? Let's see. 65. Where are we? No. We got another 3,000 contracts to get to 3,000 and change to bring it down here. And this, mean reversion in a fractal kind of thing is, I think that's making it up as you go. Oh, baby, we're in the IB zone. I didn't notice that. So we've come across 930 now. So we are in the target zone for that IB low or IB statistic. And I would love to be short and just have it rip down there and take that out. And, you know, the second I say that, it goes zooming up through the previous low and the VPOC. And that's why I'm standing here, not in the market. I'm going to, I don't know if you're on there, Antonio, or not, but there's a guy in Static who is, what's his name? Gen Z, Genzzy. He's a disciplined trader, takes maybe 1-2 trades a day, sometimes a week. Only trades setups that he has derived or were inspired by Rod. And so I just asked him point blank, well, what are those setups and can you share them? And he did. And it's pretty simple. So if you can see this snap screen, here it is. VWAP to VPOC, previous POC reversal, or the IBC after a 10-point extension and IBC outside of yesterday's range. Now, he only vetted them with a 30 to 60-day look back, and you know how I've talked about that. That's a pretty small window, but he's been very successful and a lot of winning days. I forget the rest of the conversation there that he had posted, but it was impressive. And I admire that, he's got the kind of trade frequency and discipline that I do most of the time. 1 or 2 trades a week, he says. And so that's kind of in my wheelhouse too. That's why I was interested in that. Well, if you saw here in the stream, if you saw this snap, I made a snap of what he said, and it's right there. So you can see the copy of his snap from Static. I don't know if he's in the TLab or not, to be honest with you. Oh, okay, there you go. Cool. All right. And I mean, I'm not suggesting that that's any kind of wizardry thing to do, but if he's successful and he's trading at a similar frequency to me, and those are setups that I can relate to, right? I mean, I understand what the VWAP to VPOC is, and I understand the IBC and all those kind of things. So it's not like, rocket science or some totally, one of those inner circle guys, some of that weird shit that I don't really understand. Yeah. Okay. I was kind of surprised about the IBC deal. I'd never heard Rod really talk about that, and I haven't had an opportunity to, away from the market hours. I try not to ask those kinds of questions and get those conversations started during trading hours, right? But I'd like to. Was not familiar with the IBC only after a 10-point extension. So that's something I wasn't aware of. Or with the IB below the previous day's range, which are the POC. Well, I guess it's the IB, and it is below previous day's range, so that would be valid, I guess. Yeah, me too. And maybe he's been having side conversations with Rod or their friends or who knows what. Well, if we get up here to this VPOC and the previous low, the IB statistic is in place. This is where I would have been interested in taking a short. But of course, that's diddling in the middle, right? Which is... Now, somebody could really squint their eyes and say, oh, well, this is a VPOC. But, how many hours ago was that? Well, 40 minutes ago. At what point does a VPOC migration turn into the VPOC just diddling in the middle? So that's always one that hangs me up also. But my natural propensity to want to short and have the statistics down here would say, well, if we get up here and test this, I would want to trade towards that low, that IB statistic. And we may very well be in the, turning the tanker. Who the hell knows? Those are all the little nuances that make this, that make the paralysis by analysis so easy. And yeah, okay, sell her down. No sooner did I say that, and of course it turns around and does that. Right to these levels, huh? Now it's just scaled at that moment. Had you shorted it up there, which I don't see any reason for that. That's not any kind of a structured trade or vetted thing that I would have. Quite the contrary, actually. It's trading from the middle out. Well, they're going to get a whole bunch of people suckered in with this consolidation. Right here. And then pop it one way or the other, I suppose. Look at all that selling delta down here. These are all delta balls. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Fantastic. You know, depending on your time frame, if you're trading any of these highs looking for the low, you're thinking you're a star because you're 8-9 points in the money. One of these V reversals here. Well, there's a W or an M or some damn thing. Oh, yeah. So is that a breakout retest? There's consolidation. There's the breakout. There's the retest. Yeah, it is. But what does that mean? And there we are. Hmm. A consolidation right under the VPOC. I see somebody on somewhere. Maybe it was TLab. I don't know, TLab or static. Took a short off of the VPOC, targeting the LIB low. Got scaled, so good for them. But that's here we go. Now here comes my old favorite, the VPOC migration. And watch this go down now to the target. Since I've sworn off it as of yesterday. Yeah, it's just. And there you go. I really don't, is this the target? Is this the trigger? We've VPOC migration, traded back up, tested here, didn't get anywhere there, but oh, look what's happening over here now. So now you're stopped out. And then everybody's going to start saying, "Oh, price check at aisle 3." That's correct. Pretty quick, but that doesn't make you feel too good when you've just taken a stop. Or I should say, it doesn't make me feel very well. And therefore, I'm not going to do that damn thing. Now, Noni or whatever the name is, right back to the entry, but scaled. So that's the all important part. You can play with these as much as you want as long as you get that scale off. And you're not completely crazy and move your stop away from entry. I would say that the VPOC, VWAP, or perhaps the Globex VWAP would be a more likely outside edge to get on up here or here and here to here. But this is just, looks to me like we haven't gotten around the curve far enough, but maybe we don't need to. Maybe they don't need to. We is not part of this. I'm not a participant here. I'm a spectator at this point. And once again, there's another scale. Short that top and you're scaled at 7 and you don't care. Well, you care, but it's not like it's putting a dent in your pocket. Exactly. I would suppose a lot of retail getting chopped up here. So the IB stat remains open. The IB high remains high of the day since, Jesus, 8:30-ish, 8:40-ish, I guess, 8:35. The IB low is pushed down considerably. Here's our IB high. Here's our IB low from 8:20, 9:20. Still no stat. And we're trading right on the POC where everybody's just can't wait to get in. And I think that's, well, for me, that's a recipe for disaster. Our range today so far is outside of yesterday's. And that isn't saying much, but I shouldn't say outside of, I should say greater than. It's not a engulfing day though. We're about 37. We're 3 points and a tick below yesterday's high. We have exceeded the low. And here's yesterday's range completely. Here's our high so far. 3 points and a tick up here. Basically. 34 half to 37 quarter. 37 quarter. Basically a B-shaped profile. You know, the world famous long liquidation, which the last few days we've seen turn around midday-ish, and then they go up and build a big profile on the top. So I don't know, think anymore. I think wait and see. That's what I think, and not trade around the middle, which is what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I wish I'd have done that yesterday, frankly. And at some point, this is going to break, one way or the other, up or down. Likely, I guess, would be down. That would be the lean. We're at a negative 35% on on the ES. The MES is only negative. Yeah, that's 35. And negative 87% or 0.87% on the ES on the NQ. Oof. Can't read or talk anymore. That's not good. Well, this is pretty interesting. I guess they're doing just what they wanted to do. They're liquidating longs. And seems to be quite a good market right there. Got 381 at 11. But these are those friggin' algorithms. But there's 268 down here, which is a real, it's at least really liquidity, not part of this bracketing algo. At the developing value area low. Which is the 58, by the way. Well, there's a breakout. Will there be a retest? And if there was, what the hell would you do with it? Seems like so much easier to see on the RT. It's pretty obvious that this is a consolidation. That's pretty obvious. There's a breakout. We're going to retest. Here's that developing value area low at 5,800. And the IB low is just below it there. 10:20. Wow, coming up on 2 hours. Somebody's trading with Jigsaw. That dome posted by Jade Trade at 10:18. That's a Jigsaw dome. I know that very well. Got one myself. So are they going to do it? You would expect a lot of business or stops or fuel or whatever you want to call it to be laying down here below 5,800, but didn't really display that kind of behavior when we went down for the IB low. I'm not saying that's not going to happen now, but certainly not the trade location. At this point, that's definitely a breakout FOMO. Horrible trade location. Pick one. Seems that all the traders who took that VPOC short towards the IB low are pretty happy, and that's good for them. I think that's bad. It's like negative reinforcement, or it's positively reinforcing negative behavior, I believe, because I think trading from the middle out, from a RVPOC out, is a bad idea. Just me. So I find it hard. I find that when you break a rule and you take a trade, FOMO or whatever it is, and it works, well, that's real I think that's real counterproductive because our brains as humans really remember positive stuff. Wow. NASDAQ isn't even remotely close to the IB. Well, now, and let's see now. 77. Well, now that B-shaped profile is turning into a big old directional one because we're getting some extension to the downside, right? To the south. Put something south in your mouth. This was pretty much what we were doing here with a B-shaped profile, and then they've done this just recently. I've got an appointment with I got to go to the Social Security office about my card and ID at appointments at 1:50. So I'm guessing that's gonna put the kibosh on the power hour and perhaps the close because I gotta scoot from there. I've got the school run at 3, so 1500. So there's that. Okay, this doesn't even come close to Rod's 10-point swing requirement thing that Jay-Z was talking about, which I wasn't familiar with, but that's 6 points anyway. And we are outside of range, and we're a whole bunch of stuff. Pretty much of a V bottom. We have a selling wick on the 5-minute candle. And then we opened and we're trading up towards the top of that second one. So they don't look too excited about continuation here. Kind of surprising because both POC and IB are outside of yesterday's range. What was that? I gotta say, I'm not real enthusiastic about that. And if you look at a 5-minute chart, just to be completely random, it's putting in what's pretty much a textbook 3-bar reversal. As I understand them. And I probably don't because I don't do candlestick patterns much. This does not make me all warm and fuzzy about taking an IB trade in either direction. A VPOC migration lower on the NQ here just now. But it's right back to where it had been before. It's one of those up and down deals. Well, it looks like Noni had the right idea. Shorten off the VWAP. Shorten from the middle out seems to have worked out just fine for him. for them. Good for them. I sometimes wonder if I had not heard about all these rules or had all these things in my head, if I just, like that. Well, so what? If it's the RVPOC, I'm gonna take a short and hope it gets to IB low, and it worked out. I would not even consider it. And who just made, 10 or 12 points? Not me. So there's that. have any idea if this is going to be an IB continuation or what the hell it's going to be. It isn't much of a continuation so far. That's two handles. And that's pretty disappointing. Come on, Pandy, you're okay. You're not starving to death, I promise you. And now is, of course, not the right time to get on the IB continuation. I don't really see where our spot was. Maybe here. But what's the difference with this and this? Or here, perhaps? I don't know. Obviously, I didn't get on it, so there you go. Well, I guess that IB continuation worked out pretty well, and I shouldn't have gone to eat. That is just really irritating. Stand here for 4 hours. My wife makes lunch finally and calls me over there for brunch, breakfast, whatever the hell you want it, and bam. Jesus Christ. Timing is truly everything. It's like the old country song, if it weren't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all, I guess. I don't tell myself stuff like that. I believe your subconscious mind listens to you. And I'm trying to be really conscious not to do that kind of thing. But, well, I tell you, and leave for just a few minutes, you know. It was fluffing around right up here when I left. $20 points. My goodness. Roger that, Antonio. Take care. Have a good stream there, bud. Boy, that's disappointing. Kind of a expletive deleted. Wow. And of course, now is the perfect FOMO opportunity to get hammered. We've now encompassed Monday's day, but I don't think we've quite surpassed yesterday's high. So it's not a engulfing story yet. Wow, that's disappointing. I'm just really, really, really disappointed. 3 hours, I guess, not 4, but you know, and damn. And we got into that high. We haven't closed it yet. The gap high, that is, from the gap up Friday to Monday. And now it's just now it's a swat fest and a great spot for a great spot to get stopped. And all these buyers up here are taking profit, right? I'm assuming. Man, that's disappointing. Son of a gun. I think I'm going to step away. Just get ready for this appointment this afternoon and let her play out. It's just really, really disappointing. That's about the only word I have for it. That's about the only word I have for that. And now is the perfect time to get stopped out and take a loss. So I'm going to stand by and go shower or something so I don't FOMO in. Looks like they're getting some pressure. That's I'm so happy for them. So disappointed. I mean, it's just amazing how the timing can be. Really, truly is. And my wife doesn't call me, 3 times in the day. Listen, oh, come here quick. You know, so I go zooming over there and Shazam. Shazam. And this is real retail soup, big consolidation here. Very definitely the place to be trading this, if that's the idea, is from the top down. Continuation is from the top lower. And without looking up here and seeing that you missed 20 handles, almost 30. Staying in the market, staying focused, and that's how you erase or eradicate or balance out loss. That's why it's so important to have an asymmetric risk-reward ratio, 2 or 3 to 1. Yesterday, for example, I took 2 stops at $600. If this 2 lot plays out to both targets, that's $720. So it's more than 2 to 1. And then you're right back in because you're going to take stops. That's just fact of life. It's a random environment, and that's it. Now, in this kind of an environment now, I'm not nearly confident enough to take a short here, though it would be a scale. But, I was looking for the IB continuation. And where was that? Here, I guess. And it may fall out of here and just go down another 10 handles too. I'm not saying that's not going to happen. What I'm saying is this is the wrong place for me to be engaging. This is too much FOMO-y for me. That's only, 3 points to there. This whole range is 4 points. This whole consolidation. What is it? It's 79 to 73, 6. Yeah, not cost benefit analysis isn't there. Why? We're rotational around this lowest of low distributions. Just above that gap floor, which we didn't seem too excited to get into. We got a lot of I don't know whether it's a lot of liquidity or not. This is borderline on the bracketing algo dorks. I don't mean gap high. I mean, this is the gap high. The gap low is what I was talking about. Definitely building a distribution down here. I always expect these things are going to pop one way or the other. Up to here, perhaps. I mean, it could go all the way to IB and up, you know. I do know that this would be a real poor time for me to get in. Coming up to the noon hour. Consolidation at the bottom after the IB low has been taken out. Well, the NQ caught up to the downside. And these are the kind of trades that you just want to slap on because you're mad, right? And it's fairly valid. It's a trading range. You're selling the high. You're in line with context. The market is down. But there's not any kind of a vetted trade that I have there, even remotely. And that doesn't mean it's not going to fall straight out of bed either. But I'm just saying. If you look at the 5-minute chart, which I can't really do, I don't think. Maybe. Hold on. See what happens over here. I never take these off of Rinkos and stuff, but let's check. Time per bar. Okay. So, yeah, there you go. Well, that's pretty easy. There's our test. There's our sell-off. Big selling tail, didn't get anywhere. And now we're consolidating just below this wick test and trading up above it now. What does that mean? I have no idea. Just what I see on an upper monitor and I'm trying to check out this TopStep X actually is what it is. I have it on a micro up above on one of my upper two monitors, and I was just checking out. I just happened to notice up there that this was interesting, right? This big tail down here where they couldn't stick it, and now they got just a wick test across here. They didn't get up, they didn't get down, but they did trade up here, and now we got a second candle forming higher. So we have essentially, on this time frame, we've got higher lows and higher highs. What does that mean? Beats the hell out of me. What it does do, though, is it makes me pretty glad I didn't I didn't try to get in there. And now we're up to this low volume area. We've still got the developing value area low above us, and they're taking it up. We're over our last swing high. Is that liquidity sitting there, that 135 that's been in the book since right here? Is that real? Are they trading it out? There's 239 traded for 31. I'd say it's going up, going higher myself. We're into this extremely low volume area right here. Not sure what any of that means or whether it's got any importance or not, to be honest about it. It's not any kind of a vetted trade. So, and I've already talked earlier today about making up, oh, it's mean reversion in a different context, you know, or a different fractal. And it is. That's what it is. And there's a little consolidation here, and we've fallen out of it. We might test back up to it. We do have a big wick forming on the 1 minute up above. But I don't think that's a valid spot to get in. And the ES is trading, I mean, the NQ is, well, now it's falling off. So that would have been okay. Would have been 5 handles, so it would have been scaled at this consolidation and this liquidity. Now it's a chase, which is a bad idea. Yeah, real frustrating. And myself, actually. Nobody, that's one thing about trading, and nobody else to blame but you. And this time I wasn't called anywhere. I was just standing here and didn't take this. And if you want to be real technical about this bar trade, there's a breakout, retest, and it's gone down. I always lean to the idea that we're gonna travel in the direction of the breakout, and that is obviously. I mean, I don't have any basis for saying that, so that's probably a bad idea. But had I shorted right here, that's 84 and that's 77, so that would have been both targets. No, it would have been one target scaled and then see what happens to the other one. And now it's a mass. Now it's a big mass. And remember that this is now, well, it was. I was going to say it's now doing higher highs and higher lows. But we didn't get over this one. So that negates that, I guess. So here we are back at the bottoms. Where I feel like slapping on a breakout trade. And there's where I should have done it right there. God damn. Well, that's pretty disappointing. I'm still looking back at the lunch break here. And this consolidation here also. But this is certainly not the time to try to get on it, even though it's a great trend. This is a surefire way to lose money. All right, I'm off to this appointment. Yeah, what can I say? Who knows how long it'll last? I hope not until the end of the market, but you never know. was an extravaganza. I just got to experience Dodge, this Dodge, Elon Musk Dodge crap firsthand. Wow. Wow. All I can say is wow. All right. So back in the morning, 8 o'clock. I don't think I took a trade today. I don't even remember. No. Okay. That's good. See y'all in the morning. 8 o'clock, normal time.